55. 55. Let's begin. Number two. Two. No two. Okay, let's begin again. Is there number two?
That's the person there.
13. 13. Wow. Good. Okay, so begin again. So we have 21, 18, 5, 13. All right. Speaking.
I don't know my number now.
16. It's 16. Oh, congratulations. So we have our 5 winners already. Come on, let's celebrate it now. Let's celebrate it. So sorry, we didn't get the lucky number. So we're going to the next segment, which is going to be the panel discussion. So I want us to take out our pens and jokes out because we're going to learn a lot from these people that are coming on to speak with us. So we have 2 panelists. We have sorry, minutes. So we have 2 seniors microphone over Korea. We have we put 2 seniors media. Okay. Let's celebrate social explore. Let's celebrate social. Yes, thank you. So Tosin Rotimido is the co-founder and the CTO of IALO, a fast, effortless, and worry-free solution to get rent loans and pay back monthly with ease and peace of mind. Tosin has a background in startup management and brings a unique perspective to building scalable solutions that address complex global challenges. He has extensive technical and commercial expertise gained from working with fast-paced startups across the globe. Having previously managed accelerators in Africa for leading organizations like Facebook, Airbus, GID, and Google startups, Sosi contributes to open source projects, speaks online, and has one-on-one sessions to help individuals transition into tech, develop their skills and increase visibility and land better work opportunities. So those things are tech for today. Thank you so much for coming. Our second panelist is Obakori Iomehoreo. Sorry, I didn't pronounce it well. Obakori is the head of marketing and liquidity risk management at Wema Bank. He is a highly skilled professional with an understanding of the end-to-end implementation of risk management framework, covering risk strategy, identification, measurement, monitoring, and reporting. As a subject matter expert in asset and liability management, Obakori understands liquidity risk, market risk, and economic analysis, as well as ensuring risk management and asset monitoring reflects the business mandate. He possesses several years of experience in managing diverse types of risk, which include liquidity risk, asset and liability management risk, foreign exchange risk, interest rate risk, trading and banking books, and credit risk at organizational level. Please let's make one more back for it. It's too much. Yeah, okay, so yeah, this is the one of the sessions that we do not want to do with yeah, because we're going to learn a lot. We're going to learn a lot about entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and investment opportunity, basically about the economy and tech. These are tech experts, and this is our experts in managing the economy, especially risk. So this is the right time for you to bring out your pen and your resources for you to jot down. And I know you're going to have a great session. You're welcome. How are you doing today? So you are expert of the economy. Can you give us a short introduction into what the economy is right now? Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll start by let's have a recap over 2023. I'll try as much as possible to move directly happening. Started the year with cash crunch. We didn't have money, cash. We had money, but we didn't have cash. So people were using money to buy cash. You understand? So people were using money to buy cash. That had very, 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 very dire implications for the economy. Now, once before I move ahead with consequences, what led to that? A lot of people had the perception that it was politically driven. Yeah, from the title you see that. But if it was successfully implemented, maybe not at that time, it would have been one of the best things that happened to Nigeria. Let me tell you why. When supply hit an all-time high in April this year, in excess of 3 points, sorry, April last year, in excess of 3.9 billion, then it's inflation. Many people don't understand what that does. You have too much money in the place. So that is inflation that you're going to see. So the CBN government at that time, um, inflation was running mad, and he was of the opinion that we was trying to put this money. Like I used to talk, when you're talking about economic in Nigeria, don't always exclude the F sign of. I call that example for those that understand econometrics, no S sign of, that's noise. That noise part is corruption. We have 3.9 trillion in circulation, but not up to half of that was in the banking system. That's a problem. It's a real problem. So the cash crunch, then we came out of that. So inflation running crazy. Um, then we went into elections, we had results, then on the 29th of and all that it came on board, subsidies gone. It was we are seeing what the subsidy went out. Well, what happened that time. I remember back then when I headed out of the office, just came down, went to fill my tank. Then in Marina, I went to fill my tank first. I called one of the guys in charge of the matter. I said, bro, how much is the matter now? I was postponing to buy a matter at 250,000. I bought for almost 600,000. You understand? So those were dying things of what happened in 2023. The end result we ended is that we had slow economic growth. We had inflation running out of control. We had FX issues. Those FX issues is another talk on its own. A lot of things led to that. But those of us that read the news last week, there was a information that came out that federal government spent over $3 billion servicing aids in 10 months. Now, let me show you. What left our reserves in 2020? Let's move into around $6 billion. So we spent half of that servicing debts. That's a concern. So you see elevated oil prices, you see oil production going up, when you don't see the reserves moving. These are some of the things that are contributing to it. As a matter of fact, the Nigerian foreign reserve is in question. CBN government had not said anything about that for them. They have said a lot of things. They have talked about inflation, they have talked about FX policy, but they have not told us if we have the reserve or not. That is a lot. That is a lot. You had airlines being owned almost over excess of $700 million. They can't repatriate their funds. You have central bank defaulting FX forwards. We don't even know that number. Some people say it's $6.7 billion. Some people say it's $7 billion. Some people say $8 billion. But I can't know it's no more than $9 billion because I've not heard anything about that. But the good thing about it is that we are seeing the CBN in that gradually. And it's one of the reasons why we're having this FX crisis. Maybe I'll stop on that. When other questions will what points will those other things. So if you Thank you so much. That was very insightful. I think the FX crisis is maybe something we want to talk about because people nowadays don't even want to keep their FX at the bank because of the FX crisis. Now, moving on from that, people think they have to take experts. Since I think 2022 or 2021, tech has been the big thing. Has been trendy. Everybody wants to be a tech guy, everybody wants to be a tech woman because we believe that tech is where the money is. And Nigerians, as we know, we always go to where the money is. Everybody wants to be a tech guy, software engineer, UI, UX, and all. And tech is the new thing, is the trendy thing. Considering the economics of our nation, what impact has tech had and how is it affecting those players of the economy? How is it helping the citizens? How can it even help us move on from this chaos that we are in?
Like chaos, I would say that tech is, of course, not new. Um, or when you get to many of us this part of the world, every time the wait comes, there's always the people that are forcing about like embrace technology. In the US and some other countries since year 2000, there's really just come where technology embraced and the people who went into it then now to be billionaires of today, the dollars, but the people who went into tech first, even this part of the world, went into tech around 2005, 6, 7. Today, there are some of the top investors that we know, right? And some of the top founders, some of startups have been like sold to other companies. So I'd say that at least we can now see that tech has an advantage because it has shown us the examples of what's possible. Now there's a different way we look at it. I can assure you that in the next 10 years, the benefits of the tech that's available now will show itself. The government, I think the government cannot constantly tech for Nigeria to get out of this. Because I read a story recently about a startup founder that tried to run a startup with was trying to do, I don't know maybe example, but was trying to digitize example. And he failed and he came on LinkedIn and stuff and saying that the government's the problem, stuff like that. And another entrepreneur even attacked him and said, stop blaming government and all that stuff. The government has that to be honest. The government doesn't do that. There are some things that we can never innovate on this part of the world. It's always remain the same, like public transportation. So the government needs to play very well. So I give like the statistics. I had a boss who went to Israel year 2020 COVID period. And at that time, Israel was 9 million people. In 9 million, right? And the government was the biggest investor in technology in Israel at that time. The government has money. And for every tech startup that comes, it invests a large amount in that tech startup. That's like an independent government. So the government needs to do that. And I can see that they are going to take some steps. There are even like free trainings out there now. I was training myself recently to learn software, AI, learn everything. The government is now giving a lot of free training in partnership with Oracle, Microsoft, and the like. So we should take advantage of this. Because what's going to happen is that we are building a skill that is globally competitive. And someone can pay you good money, which is also going to be FX inflow for us right now. And it's just the beginning. If you look at the US, California alone, all right, they had, as at 2020, they had 650,000 software engineers in just one state. 650,000. And that number, the estimated projection right now of the whole of Africa in terms of software engineers, which I think is not true. I think we're smaller than that. There's a projection by Google and Accenture that Nigeria will have about 8 something thousand software engineers. I think it's a lie. I don't think we're up to that. Right? Because it's not that you learn HTML and CSS and include your laptop. No, that you actually are productive and generating money for business. Things that my South Africa is number one, Kenya is number two, Nigeria is number three, Egypt is number four. So that's why you can see that a lot of moves to like train people, because we're not only meeting 10% of what one state in the US is doing. So the gap is there. You don't have to worry about it. But I think that over time, like you are going to get competitive and attractive for foreign people to come, like you can already see. So government has to invest. You need to also play your part in getting the skill that generates you a lot of money to take care of yourself, also your family. Effects coming as well. And there needs to be a lot of regulation around privacy. I think it's important because the more we open up our economy to tech, the more people are vulnerable to lose their money. All right. Someone called me recently and said that it's from my bank. He said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. And I just said, "Oh," because I understand where it's going. From we were speaking English, I just knew it was not English. So do you mean farmers? Well, of course, you guys are educated, so I can tell that this guy was trying to be a scam. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. But there are so many people that are falling trap of things like that. And that's because the information is online, right? From your VPN, at least you can generate some generic information right now that everybody can see. If somebody has a hold of that, and maybe that's a security question, so one of your date of birth, they will just they already have access to it. So if you see the way Europe takes data, you'll be thinking it's fine. Like the sanction piece, it's a big deal. And I think that space of the government policy space needs to be more serious. Right now, there's at least the NDPR Act that talks about laws and regulations, but it needs to like enforced. Like Apple now has been forced to start training people, so Apple cannot have exclusive with everybody because they're protecting the citizens. So things like that important. Government is playing, if not, we're only going to be seeing small progress on uh, entrepreneurs that are like one like that at serious. But it takes just a short time for people to like break out because some people have the threshold for wanting to try to when it's not environment. So the government needs to play a part. You also need to play a part. Let's find out what is going on outside the country in your space and upskill yourself because the opportunity is coming. And when you are prepared, you'll be able to take advantage of it. That's it. Thank you so much. I think there's still a lot to learn about data protection because I think it's one of the major issues in Nigeria. That's where some people are very resistant to anything technology, anything you have to fill your online forms and be like, my data is not safe and my privacy is not safe. So we're coming back to that. So there is this question that every Nigerian would ask that the naira is falling as against dollar. It just keeps falling. You don't see news. Naira is 900, you fall it is 1-1, Naira is 1-2, is 1-4. Feels like God. How are we going to get back from this? So query to you, is there any end to this slide? Okay. Oh, fine. Are we connected online? When we talk FX, I don't like to be on the internet. I have to say this word. Are we online? Where? Okay, thank you. To help you, sir. Let them bring up first. Let's hear. I think we should, and our problem, I think we should, because these days, DSS, you can come and pick you, and they will pick you at the time you don't want them to pick you. So, let me just be very careful with what I want to say. Okay, thank you. So, let me go back.
that. Okay, so to build on that, I want to ask, considering the Nigeria budget for this year, is there going to be any significant economic growth?
You know, I expect this one around past 12. I have to get up again as early as 6 because I told myself I want to take my time to do this. I put up my phone and I'm going to try and very granular as detailed as possible. Our budget for 2024 is 28.7 trillion. 28.7 trillion. The revenues is 19.5 trillion. We have a deficit of 9.18 trillion. It means that the government is going to borrow more this year, at least by 9.18 trillion. Our debt stock currently is in excess of 74 trillion, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can confirm that. 74 trillion. Now, look at this budget. People will tell you a budget deficit is extraordinary problem, provided that you are stimulating economic growth. What it means is that you are going into infrastructural projects to increase your infrastructure. You see, one of the major things that is contributing to inflation in Nigeria is food inflation. And two major things are driving food inflation: insecurity in our food basket region in the country and poor road network. Our major source of movement in this country is by road. Other countries are gone by train. What pains me about Nigeria is that we have a lot of water inland that we can do and feed ourselves treasure. We can transport a lot of things through waterways, even within our country. But because your government and the people that occupy government are just so greedy that they are only after what they can take for themselves. They don't even consider these options. No, like I said, road network. Let me give you an example of what happens to network. Then I'll go back to the budget and tell you why. I buy a trailer load of tomato. I bought it from a farmer, let's say 100,000. That's an example. Usually, when you transfer those tomatoes, they shouldn't stay that way, transportation, for more than 24 hours or so, 48 hours or so, when they start getting bad. But I get stuck along the road somewhere in the east. The road is so bad, and I'm on a standstill for 12 hours. My 24-hour travel has been extended by 12. I leave that, and I get to Orange, and I'm stuck again for another 12 hours. It has become how many hours? 48 hours. Some of those tomatoes have gone bad. But me that bought it, if you like, let her go bad. I must sell it and make my profits. Do you understand? So you see, at the end of the day, you have lesser commodities coming, but the price doesn't go down. You get an idea of what is driving your food inflation now for those ones that are commonly made. Now, we consume a lot of palm oil. We don't produce oil in Nigeria. You know how bad it is. Malaysia, where we got import from, came to Benin in the 60s and the 70s. And saw what they did now, but they back. And they did it. We're importing from there. I think they are the largest producers of palm oil in the world. You understand? You know the thing, they didn't do anything outside what we do. We're doing in the 80s. Sorry, in the 70s there. They just copied our model. Maybe as the technological advancements was coming, they were building up on it. So what I'm going to is that palm oil, of course, everybody has to consume palm oil. So you have to go and import a part of that palm oil. You are going to import at your FX that's increased. Have you seen that inflation again? Yeah. Now let's come back to our budget. So let me just give you a breakdown of this budget. I've talked about the expenditure side. I'll focus on the expenditure side because that's where the cross of it is. Now, in the expenditure side, the Ministry of Finance has the highest, 22% of the entire budget at 9.33 billion. Most of what is there. If I tell you the overhead costs for Ministry of Finance, crap. As far as I'm concerned, it's a budget of risks. Let me tell you why. The federal government has allotted just 1.32 trillion for infrastructural projects across the country for a budget of 20.7 trillion. Yeah. That is 4.59%. If you convert the equivalent to dollars, you wait for this country. I will need that conversion. $1.65 billion. And as a country, we're told that we have infrastructural deficits of excess of $4 trillion. Do you know what the overhead is running for in this budget? Let me give you a breakdown of that. Our capital expenditure is 9.92 trillion. Inside that capital expenditure, I can tell you most of what is there because I downloaded the budget documents. It's more than 1,000 pages. And I was scrolling through the key ministries. You can buy cars, renovating buildings. That's most of what you have in your capital expenditure. Buying cars, renovating buildings, and some other little infrastructural projects. I'll read out the major infrastructural project they said they wanted back on. It's 8.27 trillion. That is 29% of the budget. That's like 1/3 of the budget to service things. Then you want to grow the debt again. And the debt you are growing again. It's not like that deficit is going into infrastructure. No, it's going into spending. You have your current expenditure, 8.77 trillion. That's 80% of your budget. So 1/3 of your budget is going for funding your current expenditure. It doesn't add anything to you. The only thing it does is that people have money, people have salaries and all that. But when you talk about, okay, what's the multiplier effect on the economy? It's very minute. The real issue is on infrastructural development. Now, education is going to get, the Ministry of Education, according to this budget, is getting around 1.4 trillion. That's 5% of the entire budget. United Nations standard is 12%. I think by the time you add other MDAs and educational driven, this comes to around 7 or 6%. Still way short of United Nations estimation. Budget and planning is taking 15% of the budget. Defense is taking 5%. It's excluding the National Security Advisor. The Ministry of Defense is taking 1.58 trillion. The Office of the National Security Advisor is taking almost 900 billion. But where emphasis should be placed on is education, healthcare, infrastructure. The Ministry of Health is just getting 1.23 trillion. That's 4% of the budget. Take care of your health very well in this country, man. Let me not lie to you. You better take care of your health. All these nonsense you are eating, stop eating them unless you have plans to eat. But if you want to stay here, take care of your health. Stop all these those of us that still take push. Better call it down. People that smoke, stop smoking. It's for your own good. It's for your own good, though. It's for your own good. You better stop it. So where I'm going to is, if you ask me, the budget, I'm not so optimistic about what this budget is going to for because even some of the benchmarks that we used to make, they're already out of place. The currency, you are saying 800 naira to dollar, and that's not possible, man. Maybe it can happen at the end of the year, but generally, it's 800 naira to dollar. So these are the things that add to the supplementary budget that will come in September. Who wants to bet with me? There will be a supplementary budget sometime in August or September. We allow bet, we will allow bet. I can stake anything you want, and I can roughly give you an estimate of what it's going to be. It's simple. Just calculate the exchange rate on this thing and adjust it. That's minimum amount we enter first. Because you know something about government, people that want a civil service, they know that they have until December to spend that money. Because anything you don't spend is going back. So that money they must spend. You see this expenditure complete. But the revenues, what is talking about it. They are paying $1.7 million per barrel for crude oil. When last did you achieve that? It has not happened in 2-3 years. 2-3 years, it hasn't happened. So we are just joking. If you ask me, I'm joking. So where I'm going to is, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not so very optimistic about most of the major projects from the Ministry of Works is you see there's a construction of Lafayette Road and realization of the 9th mile. That's 94 billion. emergency repair contingency fund, Ministry of Works. So what is repair on third mainland bridge? This was coming from. That's around 15 billion. You have so some projects like that, majorly in the south, in the south. Okay, there's been a Asia and all that. So if you ask me, I'm not very optimistic about it because of the benchmark, first of all. Secondly, I see it as a budget of waste. You don't have money and you are wasting what you don't have. So you keep going your expenditure. So the only thing I can tell you, the good thing you should know is just know where the money is going to, and as a person, follow that money so you can get your own share. When I didn't get your own share, do a contract for the government, get your money. You didn't steal money, the contract. So do your contract, execute the job well, ensure you do it well, take your own. And that's the only thing I can tell you. But if you want infrastructural growth from this budget, it's minimum. I don't see that really happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that executive explanation and response. But we hope this is not true. Okay, so we are going back to tech. You know, about last year, there was a big fintech that folded up, and people said they went to their headquarters and they could find nobody there, and they were dealing with their money. I want to ask you, Tosin, why are startups failing in this country?
Okay, thank you for that question. It's interesting to answer it because I'm starting founder as well. So the business that I used to do, honestly, let's just even start with that. Um, we have higher chances that your business will fail and that will succeed, especially in a place like Nigeria, where the business space is a bit more staff, right? Um, I, I know this for a while because I had from my 2018 to my 2021, I was mostly supporting entrepreneurs in the tech space, right? Or the ones that wanted to use tech. At least I supported close to 100, right? I have seen the ones that failed. I saw the ones that succeeded, right? I saw the ones that did not start. And I already learned so much from that experience that I was scared to start the company. But I also know that for me to get the kind of wealth that I want to have, it can't be through my job. So I said if I was ever going to be a startup founder, I would not even fight the market. I would not fight the government. I would not fight anybody. I would just do what is working. You get. And if you're going to succeed as a startup founder in Nigeria, you have higher chances to do this. Globally, to recognize that there are a couple of things that make startups fail to succeed. There is timing, there is team, there is the idea itself, there's your business model, which is how you make money, and then there's funding, right? Out of all of these things, funding is the least of the problems. Funding is the least reason why a company will fail, right? So for the one that failed last year in Nigeria, I think it was because they mismanaged funds, right? You know, as at 2016, 17, 18, there was no, it was getting started from the US after the housing bubble in 2008, right? There was a lot of most of the investors then were investing in like very secure investments, like bonds and all these things. And then there was a shift towards private equity and private investments, right? I don't know if you've noticed that around that 2008 to like 2014, 15, there were a lot of companies that were doing IPO. Now, how many IPOs do you see? It's not more there, but the investors had money and they didn't want to put it in the economy at that time because there was like a lot going on in the US. So they started to start up our money at 0%. 0%. That's how some they're raising money. Someone there has not done business because idea you are giving him $100,000 seed investment before it starts. That's how they're throwing money and people were investing. And the way investors think, to be honest, in the startup space is that I would invest in your business if I see that it's possible for an investor to invest in your business in the future so that I can cash out. Many times they're not there because they want you to grow or they're passionate about your growth. No. If I'm investing in your company at $10,000 today, I'm doing that because I know that at some point somebody's going to bring $100,000 to buy the same things at once and I'll catch up at 10x. That's why people do it. And so there was just that free money everywhere, free money everywhere, free money everywhere. And there was really like no actual value that some of these businesses were creating. So their valuations were not actually like true, to be honest. Like people were not just looking for personal gain. And that's kind of people down to Nigeria, Africa, and then people started to work on startups. And honestly, the people that started working on startups at the very beginning of when you started in Nigeria were actually doing very good. So there were big infrastructure like InfoSwitch, there was Haga, there was Paystack. They did real things, which is why today they are still existing, right? And Paystack has given us an example that it is possible as a startup founder to start a company and be acquired, right? At $200 million, that was the acquisition. Trust me, those money they need money if they want to manage, right? It has reached, I think it has was the first Nigerian company to hit $1 billion, which is a unicorn. Now we have about maybe three now that I know that the company has also done it, right? I think there's one more company that's done it, but I can't remember the name right now. So those ones are going to be fun, right? But then there was another flow because you could see that, oh, Africa was this large market, investors started to bring money as well, just to cash out because another investor was going to bring money. And then we had startup founders who had willingness and the will to be able to like start companies. So you just go to an investor and say, I have this startup idea. You just they'll give you maybe $100,000 funding to start. The problem is that you as the founder, in fact, what happens most times as a founder is that many of them raise money to spend in the hope that they will generate money that will cover that you get. There is this idea that's called the premium model, and I think that the big startups of today kind of sport us to say that you start a product and make it free. Let's just be free, bring everybody in, and they will make our money sometime in the future, right? So I don't mind starting an idea. I will tell you as an investor that was the premium model, and I will pay myself as much as $10,000 in a month as a start on that's 10 million. To be honest, that all right, I know they raise money like this. It's takes us apartments, yeah. You're going to rent, and apartments are very expensive, but this my company was still trying to price on apartment recently. Like, I've got what we wanted. I was like, it's 10 million for rent, not service charge. 10 million. Imagine the service charge. So I know someone that pays service charge every 3 months, and that service charge is like some people's rent. Yeah, so there was a lot of free money, and some people knew how to spend it, right? And they took advantage of that. But from that 2022, after COVID, 2023, there was, I think there was this slowdown of the economy globally, right? And then the people that really did not have value started to have their weaknesses started to show. Yeah. You get. And that's like, like this one are not enough, they're big enough for it. But many times the startup investments, it's like a give or take. You can't go and switch pound balance. The company not working. In fact, we have investors that have come to us and said that we want to invest in you, right? And the way we work is this: we invest in 20 startups, and we know that out of the 20, only three will work. So this is free money take and spend it. We're not going to tell you how to spend it, but you don't that you spend your money. So if you like spending money, like spending money, you don't need to invest. But I think that the space has changed and it's not going to be the case again in 2024. In fact, we're already experiencing this. Investors are pricing startup valuation. That is happening to us. We are pricing startup valuation already. So funding is the least of the worst, to be honest. Let me give you a very quick example that I read. You know Dropbox. There's another company that's called Box. They do the same thing, right? Dropbox started, and Dropbox did not raise investment for a very long time. They were just building, gaining organic customers, and they were just growing. And people were using their products. Then, because it was working, another South Korea said, let us do the same. Box raised the money before they even started, about $100,000. They raised so much money that they raised up to Series D, I think about $200 million. All right. So they are giving out so much equity to their founders. Meanwhile, Dropbox was doing better in terms of providing value for the customers. By the time they would IPO Dropbox, the founder had 25%, and he went over with about 9 point something billion dollars as his own 25%. Box wanted to IPO. By the time they looked at the value of what the company was part of the IPO, he could not IPO for more than 1.7, maybe 6 or 7 billion. After all the money they raised, in fact, they raised more money than Roblox, but the evaluation was still 1 point something. And the founder went up with 45% because he had given investors very years. One is list of your words. I think that the biggest reason why startups fail anywhere in the world is timing. That's the biggest timing. I have so many friends that are frustrated I've left Nigeria, right? I had some of my friends in 2018 and met them. They were smart people. In fact, they were the ones that inspired me to go into tech. These guys don't go to university. The highest education they have is secondary school, and they are some of the best AI engineers that are in the world today. They were living somewhere in that quarter. They were going to want something from school. But if you see them, that's when I knew that we're not limiting ourselves. Anything is possible. They learned how to code with a half screen laptop. Yes. It was when they came to Lagos, because Facebook then came to my company and said that we want to support people that have innovation around deep technology. And deep technology at that time meant AI, meant IoT, meant virtual reality. So in 2018, that's how long Facebook had already projected that it was going to make sense in Nigeria. And Facebook was going to give them free money, about $20,000 clients, and pay us to invest in here. So we went around Nigeria because we couldn't even find people doing things like that. Different campuses. There are good people that applied. Some people was idea is to go in that because we don't have that. But these guys came, we were wow by what they are doing. At that time, they had one product that was being used across the world. About 25,000 engineers were using their products on your side. We just give them laptop because they had this key when they engineers. We give them laptop, we give them money, page notes, because you would tell that these guys are not posh guys. You know, big boys in the UK, they get it. So when they came with all of this energy, people will come and visit our office. And when time they say, let's be company like that, we just throw them to the front and reach them to brag that we have talents. Government will come. Yeah, everything will come. Microsoft will come, Google will come. And I had thought that maybe they were going to take advantage of this to invest in these guys and use that opportunity. Mostly looking for the excitement. That was it. Right? They built this solution. They wanted to automate the toll gates at like where you just need to drive a car. If it's a Southern car, it's the amount to recharge. If it's a SUV, it's the amount to charge. And it was going to be AI because they built models that other foreign people is in fact University of California and some students based their own solutions to build their final year projects. That's how it was. But we will not accept it. And that's why we're not ready for it. Right? In fact, they were proposing that use AI to start signing into the office. Not come to see your face and know that you're the one. And then to sign you in. Like, putting up this and man. Just a lot of pushback. They came up and down when you and said, okay, I think go to companies that are doing very well. Let's use AI to automate monitoring. You have a camera that's connected to an AI model that recognizes people. If it's a bank vault, people should not be moving the bank vault. If somebody's in the bank vault, it's going to send an email to anybody that there is a human being in the bank vault. They get still we were faced with that. After a while, just got Microsoft just came on the and when Microsoft saw that started to say we don't employ of them. We just left the employ of them after 1 year plus. Microsoft thinking, right? And now they let Microsoft to NVIDIA company. So timing, they're not ready, right? There's another company that wanted to do cycling, where you write and you pay for writing their cycles. My parents too, but they are now employed from that company because it didn't work. Because if we couldn't get an investor to buy bicycles, that was the ticket for it. To even get, but bicycles were expensive. We're going to import them from China. It's not the kind of bicycles that are right in Nigeria. That's not the kind of bicycles that I use. I, I will just buy as a I think we're not going to work, but let's just support the GGS. We don't have infrastructure for riding bicycles. The downfall driver doesn't care and ride a bicycle. Okay, GGS, and there's no insurance for these things. They will say, why you ride bicycle? That can't just GGS. The only places we try and test them were the rest is like communal university. They are very open to it. They have even signed that mission, but there was no point to buy bike because one is going to cost 700,000. Even the way the competition called our bike. Yeah. I mean, in last week, I don't think they're anywhere. You get so timing is the problem. The reason why Airbnb is successful today was it came at the right time. Uber came at you get so some of these ideas that people have tried work for, but right now it's not the right time. What is the right time for how that is now? I was saying this to people, I've been saying this 2 years ago that if I was never to this in Nigeria, I'm not going to struggle with government. I'm going to pay credit space. Like, don't bring your AI. So you're not going to do it by myself. Because I've seen people that failed. Who wants to pay for AI? You get well, I can count how many of my friends today are using buy now, pay later to set up their house. My salary is not enough, but this was I can pay their thing and pay in 6 months. Counter use it. That's like basic needs, right? In fact, that's what we do at the Republic. Parents, parents, like parents backwards. You get. So even when people come and tell me that I'm smart, that I should be using my head to here, I'm like, no, in this economy, you need to face reality of four walls. I don't know if you were online 3 days before there was this founder that talked about his transport company, right? And in a way, who is known for successful flashing for blaming government about the death of his company. And people were getting very emotional and they were bashing in a way that he is part of the government, he's part of the problem we have. And he was trying to tell them that, see, you're not getting it. I know, we all know that the government is supporting. So don't come and tell me. Like, but don't blame them for the failure of the business because why do you in the first place when you try to relate around that process and say that you want to be using art? They were always copying their boss. Because I know money. Oh, I know they collect even money. Even with all the license that they paid, yes, they don't collect the money. I think the only successful company that's even trying in short last. And that's because they are working like the postal boss. And honestly, in short that there's still some relationship at the top that's involved. That's why it's working. So if you're going to be a startup founder, to be honest, your idea right now in Nigeria is very important. Don't go and do what people will not do for. You get we would use all the AI products that are coming now, but that's a Nigerian founder will do the AI product for us. I don't think it's going to work. You know, timing is most important, and that's why most startups fail. So focus on what people now. Help people get out of poverty first. Credits. What else? That's why fintech is growing. People are saying that they're we're not staying enough for I'm not even going to fight the market, make my money. You know. When the government has tried to support the movement, then we can start playing cloud. When we don't have to cloud, like just to cloud. Yeah. So I think time is the biggest reason why that's how I feel. Thank you so much for the time because I think timing is very, very important. And understand the market is don't go and be creating and have for downfall. Don't go because you sell. You will not sell. Other downfall, my yellow downfall, you will not sell. I think earlier when you spoke about data protection, and I want to ask you a question. Now, with the widespread interest in tech, how can data be protected, especially for fintech, such that it is a first people for intruders? And when we say intruders, hackers and fraudsters. So how can data be protected? Because I think that's one of the major issues that we have in Nigeria. That's why some persons are very skeptical about fintechs because they feel like I don't want to put my information out there. If you're even common deviant with commercial banks, you see how people call you that we don't know your date of birth. Can you give us your date of birth? We don't know your PIN. You understand? So people, Nigerians are very, very about their data. So how can it be protected? Okay, thank you for that question. I think that it's not going to go for one. The reason why I use most of the tech solutions that come out with us because I'm in industry. And many times I know the founder that started, or at least I know someone as an engineer on the team, so I need that shit. I know that's credible. That's why I'm very open to that innovation. But the environment is not accommodating for security professionals. I think that there is a part of cybersecurity that works, which is you space that certain things you will consult for a company, you help them to protect their data and all of that. But even in the US, they still have their systems. Usually, how much more our own system do you get? I have many friends that are quiet today that cannot come out to say things that they are capable of doing because they are scared that they want to break. Right. So there was a day that I was talking to someone and he was trying to show me one of the telecoms. He wasn't sure I could see it. Yes. And I think he dropped a message for them and said that he decided this and to see the threats that he got. In fact, they were trying to like arrest him and all that. After that, he tried to do. Instead of you to like take people that are smart, that show you the system is vulnerable and reward them to literally want to close them out because first of all, there's pride that you don't want people to know that your system is vulnerable. You get and then there's the part where maybe benefits you if people at the system. I don't know if it benefits anybody, but if it benefits you, I don't want that to progress. So there needs to be that environment that's accommodating for it. There also needs to be a body that also enforces data protection. I think we have NDPR. Yeah, it's something that lawyers talk about, but I don't know how like strong and effective the body is there. I don't know how much they collaborate as well with security players. Right. Someone reached out to me 3 days ago. Said I should please recommend people that we train others in cybersecurity, talked about cloud. Like when I count 6 or 5 people in my network and do it. That's because right now it's just starting up, right? So it's not so there needs to be a lot of investment in that place. There's a reason why Israel has largest number of security solutions in the world. First of all, because their lives are at stake. Right? So they always have to innovate around security, but there's deliberate efforts to invest in security. So that budget allocation for defense, I was definitely something. Going next year. But yeah, it's not a support. No, I was very, very disappointed. There are people that I know that have solutions, right? I even have a friend who created a solution one time. I wanted to use it to monitor oil pipelines, like all this organization that shares it. She gets created because it was going to be expensive. Right now, they use helicopters to monitor, right? And you pay contractors that do that, which is money for them. Basically, I came up with this idea. Let's use hot air balloons Right? Let's attach high resolution cameras. Let's train models that can detect heat sensors, that can detect human detection, typing and so we went to a couple of point calls. We were so excited. After 2 weeks, you get because the people that do the monitoring for them are people that they know, and it's probably caught for the person in charge of that department. So it's not something that's what I'm saying that you can't fight government for some reasons or ideas. They're not ready for don't fight for it. Just not create space like this that works. Yeah, you get. So this generates efforts in investing in security. I'm sure Mr. Shegun will have more points than because in that space. I don't know what's happening there, but at least I can't see that they create efforts in investing in security and um, professionals that to be in that space as well, right? Once that happens, I think protection is going to rely on the ability of the organization that you have an accountability to protect your data for you until your event is ready. That's it. You say point. Now to wrap up those things, I think it was little bit about that would help us to try this economy. Okay, I think that we need to, we all need to get to a point where we are open to embrace the technology as quickly as possible to give us a future. I was in the management space 2018, 2019, managing projects. I was there managing on the people project. But then I moved into core technology, which is development. And even me in core technology, I'm using AI. You that are not in foundation, you don't know how to use AI. Now is you because I use this. There's no day I'm writing code that ChatGPT is not open in front of me. Okay, get. So as much as I want to show you how much of a scrum man I am by writing code, I need that to. And ChatGPT has tripled my productivity because the way it works in programming space is that you cannot have all the code in your head. You get. If are people that are 8 years, 10 years in programming, still people how to set that a language for a box because the problem is here and you don't put it up when you so I use ChatGPT, I use Canva AI to do things fast. So once it's the product I use and the AI version that I use, I try it out. So you start asking yourself questions like in the space that I'm living in, what's happening outside of the way? Like in other countries that are more advanced than us, because many of them are like 20 years ahead of us, to be very honest, right? What are they doing in that space? How are they using it? You get if it's something that you think that the market is ready for, then you can bring it. If not, customize it for our market. Let's say if you're an entrepreneur, what as an important, try to find things to use AI to improve your productivity such that your employer notices that you are very effective, that they give you a task and they say, yes, slides for us. There's this deadline for 12 hours and you bring it in 2 hours. It looks like much, you know, you use AI to generate slides and then you change the elements. But it will take it to be more valuable than someone who doesn't want to be patronized. No, so they're giving to take it. If you don't embrace it, you're going to have problems. You get as a fashion designer, please go out there and check what AI is used for. Because what's going to happen that every single industry will try to innovate around AI. That one is very, very, very true. It will happen. My brother yesterday night sent me a message, said that there's this particular picture and somebody wants to reproduce. I just go, try this side, try this side, try this side. The other is those things are happening. If I get to give you a typical example, there's a conference that happens every January. I think you know about it. It's called the Book Fair. That happens in Prominent Business Center. Yeah. As of December, they released the video of Pastor Portion. He was trying to invite people and he was speaking French. Pastor Portion, I don't speak French, Jack. But it's not was moving as he was saying the French. And you seen it. I was like, oh, this guy, yeah, what's else? And you know, it's just, but that's why for me, if I was going to ever bet on Web3 and AI, I'll bet on AI first. Or Web3. I think Web3 will happen, but it's not enough. Right? So AI is what we can rate. So imagine that you are like a content creator or you sell courses. It means that your customer base has increased. People in French speaking countries can now pay for it because they can understand what you're teaching. But you're not there by English anymore. So you need to just find how AI is going to make you more productive and embrace it. If you've not tried one AI product in this place by now, then it shows about how much you are receptive to try those things out. I think that that's my advice. Just because in 10 years from now, like I don't like on my phone much anymore. I use voice instructor, set my alarm to read my calendar for my day for me. In fact, I'm going to buy a robot very soon that will sweep my floor for me. If they're going to open my curtain for me, to get gold is more productive. You get, but some people think that it's spiritual, that the voice, then we stick over the bones. But just ask yourself that question: how can I use to get to look right now? The answer is Nigeria is 20 years behind, so somebody has done something in our space. Let's check it out. Let's try. Yeah, thank you so much for listening. In the short term, make sure you embrace. Yeah. So, Corey, for you to round up, we have a lot of businesses here, and this is also a conference for entrepreneurs. Should business owners consider expansion now? Yes. Why? If yes, why? And how? If no, why? Okay, I really enjoyed the talk with you. I don't know. It's just that we can't do everything. And if I want to go to that place now, I can't start by it is very difficult starting the one. I invested in none of it what I do. Although I use AI, but I started writing codes. I remember I approached him sometime right and found the for ChatGPT. I've done my assignments start to finish. Yeah. The only thing I understand about code is basic, the function to. So I just put the chat. Please give me the code to do value and create for a portfolio. It brings it down. I take it and put it down. It comes out as error. Without ChatGPT, it brought out this error. Put it back again. So correct it again. I did a very wonderful job. And I was proud of myself. That's the first thing. That's the first. I was very proud of myself. I was very proud. I said I'll be cool. I said I can write code. I was very excited. I slept well. You don't understand. So it's just that my office, they still know me to Python, but I want to be the first person to put that information. I'll do a very wonderful report. When they see it, first of all, they will understand the visualization. Secondly, they will not understand how it's so detailed. Then I'll tell them it's yeah. Just that I should be careful so that yeah, I'm not sack me. Because the thing I can do is when they need somebody to come in, right? We don't need to remember your brain again, or they're going to do it. That there are probably just 1 or 2% of people like you. So yeah, once I mistake. I'm not just bet on it. I won't joke. I won't do that thing. Until I know I have something to fall back to. I won't try that. But it's true, and I won't try that. I don't give out everything to my employer. I think I one day they will. Okay, so going back to the question as an entrepreneur, should I expand? If I should, why if I should not? Now, you see, as an entrepreneur, it's very important to understand basic economics, irrespective of what timing is very important. It's very important also in the financial sphere. If you remember, the financial crisis of 2008, it started in 2008. The signs were already coming before then. You know why? The economy had gotten to a boom. You understand? The economy was in a boom. Interest rates were very, very, very low. So that kind of economy, the economy will go faster because cost of funds are cheaper, cost is relatively lower. So the small money you have in your hand, you can get a lot. I'm talking about senior clients. You understand? Senior clients, the cost of money is cheap. Once the cost of money is cheap, it's better. The reason why Bitcoin has appreciated over the years is because US had low interest rates pre when they started hiking rates. Their interest rate at the time was 0.75%. As an investor, what will I be concerned? That's why the tech was having a lot of money. Because why did I go to government security at 1%? I'll call a startup, come, okay, I want to give you money. Because I expect that in 2, 3, 5 years, I would have doubled that. So I start looking for other venues of investment. Bitcoin is the next thing. Maybe it's risky, but it's going to give me a lot of money. Don't worry, I'll take on it. But when rates started to go, very well started, you've noticed that the price of Bitcoin was going down at the time. Don't worry, it will start going up. It has hit 40,000, right? You know the reason why? Fed have started signaling that they want to start dropping rates. It's very important to understand these things as essential. And that's why I can tell you that the saving risk for Nigeria right now for FX is that those guys should start crashing their rates. So that those monies will start coming here over here when they have higher interest rates and it will stabilize a bit of our currency. So as a business owner, where should you expand? I will advise you that usually when interest rates are high, if you are going to expand, it shouldn't be the traditional line of credit because it's going to be better. NPC is going to go in the Nigerian expense. I can stake in the gravity is going high. And inflation is at an 27-year high. And you are keeping interest rate at 18.75%, 10% lower than inflation. And you want foreign investors to come to your country. You're joking. People are predicting global results. People are saying it's going to, the CBN government is going to hike it as high as 500 basis points. But I don't share that same sense. It will go up, yes, but I don't think it will go that high. What I expect to see is gradual hikes. Maybe 100, 150, 100, 150. They won't see it achieved. It has matched up inflation and inflation starts to cool. It retains and starts to bring it down. We are going to the fact that we need to gain credit to expand as higher interest rate doesn't make sense. Let me tell you why. You approach the bank to give you a 3-year loan. The interest rate is 25%. You understand? And after 1 year, interest rate in the market has dropped to 18%. You understand? It's very difficult to get those banks to reprice those rates down. They're in corporates, large corporates that can do that. But you see, you that are a retailer, you have not eaten, you have not eaten. Yeah. And it's going to come down. The risk management. You understand? So where I'm going to is that it's not advisable you go and take credit when rates are very high because your cost of funds will be high. Your cost of course, once your cost of funds is high, you pass it back to your consumer. And there's something about consumers. There's an extent to which you can take up your price. You go and look for alternatives. You understand? Like I gave my own story. I switched to inverter when I said that the cost of fuel was going crazy. Last month, lights was very poor in my area. When I checked my phone, it was in excess of 100,000. Because I have a baby in the house that wants to go in his own light. So I've saved myself excess of 100K every month in the last 6 to 7 months. By just getting an inverter. That means I've saved the money the cost I save on fuel. I've recouped it in 6 months. You understand where I'm going to? So where I'm going to is that there's usually an extent to which you can keep the price to consumers, especially when it's not food. Even housing, they will go and look for alternative. If the guy wanted a 3-bedroom before and he can't afford it in Ikeja, he will come to Sulu. If he can't afford 3 bedrooms, he will go for a 2-bedroom and tell his wife that we have to manage. You understand? So where I'm going to is that it's a very bad idea to expand when rates are high. But you could still do it. If you want to, if you've done your business analysis and you feel that you will still stay viable as a business, fine, you will do it. You can go ahead to do it. Because of course, you never know when the right time, like they'll tell you the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The next best time is now. You understand?
But you just do your business analysis. But if you ask me if there are other options than the traditional credits you can get, I will advise you go for those options. That's one. Secondly, if you will not be able to get it, um, there are other offers you can give to get on. Like the investors is talking about in tech space, there are people that are willing to, rather than take, they are ready to invest in your business, provided they are guaranteed a level of return at the end of every year. That will say, okay, so now the person is giving you money. It's not, you're not under pressure to pay interest and principal. So what you don't have to do is to ensure the business returns regularly at the end of the year for you to pay that person a part. Now, of course, you're a business owner. You don't want to do that because you are going to be reducing your own take home at the end of the year. But you have to do your business analysis and your trade off and see which works for you, which works best for you. You understand? So that's I believe I've answered the question. I usually don't really give a yes or a straight yes or a no answer when it comes to the economy, right? Instead, I will lay down on cards and you see what you have and you make your decision. So that is what I think. Now, another thing I think you can also do is what the CBN did last, like after COVID. Part of what has put us in this mess where we are in inflation. They put a lot of free money in the economy. They were copying US. But one thing they forgot was that the economy of US can absorb it. You understand? The economy of US can absorb as much credit. You see them injecting 2 trillion into the economy. Where is it going? 2 trillion naira. So you see people that didn't have this for money go and take all this kind of money. So rather than them put it on investments that or projects that will increase output such that, okay, I'm putting into a business that is going to employ 2 or 3 people and producing service, they take those monies and begin to spend. That's when the person realized I needed to buy an iPhone 14 or whatever the latest one is now that I didn't have before. Those things will not improve your economy. Those things are more like putting pressure on whatever you have. They are not multiplier effects and all that. So another thing again is that people can try and as much as possible access grants that are cheaper. So they are not the traditional costs that you carry. Grants you can look for, especially those around. CBN has stopped that. They stopped that sometime last month. They put a circular to that all those things are stopped. So there's no free money anywhere again. But you could partner the international organization to see if you get those kind of grants and all that. But my advice is high interest rate regime as much as possible minimize it. But if you do your personality and be sure that you make money out of it.
All right, thank you so much. It's been and let me hand make it. Bye. Let's say something. But in my point of view, it's usually just to encourage people. And usually, like, I almost every day, perhaps someone to send me a message 2 days ago. I have somebody very late computer science, 17, no further. Now he wants to put more and less software engineer. And I said, how old is the guy? And he had like 40 years old. And he has like, he said that they will succeed, that he's software engineer. In a country like Nigeria, I don't want you to feel like you're missing out if you're not in core technology. Because me and some people inside, there are many times I consider quitting. It's hard because it takes time to be good at it. And I can tell you that software engineers make good money, yes, but the people that make the most money are, I think, in sales, in tech sales, or the business development guys, or being just like that. So you are not really missing out if you are doing core tech, but if you are able to be in that value chain when tech is passing through, you can make a lot of money for yourself. You can be an entrepreneur, you can be a co-founder, with someone who is a technical person. You can be head of finance, fintech, if you come from a bank. In fact, they respect you because of the experience. You can do things. Just make sure that you are plugged into value chain. But if you know that yes, coming into context is interesting enough for you, and I think you should come. But it's difficult to switch. It's difficult. very difficult. But you're not missing out if you're not important, especially if you're in that direction. So I know that everybody's going to win at the end. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is just to show us that thank you is not for everybody. As much as thank you is the trending job out there. This is not for everybody. Please let's jam hands together again once again. We have a wonderful segment. We really enjoyed it and we learned a lot. Thank you so much. So right now, before we go into the next talk session, we would like to bring up the Crystal dancers for their performance to celebrate them at the couple. Thank you.
Wealth is the abundance of valuable financial assets or physical possession, which can be converted into a form that can be used for transactions. This includes the core meaning as held in the originating Old English word will, which is from an Indo-European word system. The modern concept of wealth is of significance in all areas of the economy, and clearly so for growth, economic and development economics. Get the meaning of wealth, content dependent. A person possessing a substantial net worth is known as wealthy. Net worth is defined as the current value of one asset less liability, including the principal and cost. With everybody, so I have this is the first. It's not more than with the stand. Look at everything what's in there. So that changing Dance Academy, DCDA, started to grow in Ibadan City 9 years ago with 15 members, which over time became a team of 4 members. With hard work, devotion, and personal funds, they carved a niche for themselves in the Lagos market 2 years ago, which resulted in them becoming full-time residents of Lagos State. With more work, consistency, and dedication, they became the official dance group by Hotel and Suites. And they have also become personal dance coaches for youths who have a flair for dance and want to become professionals in the field. Despite the challenges they have had to face, we're grateful to God for how far He has brought them. Now the people
Oh my journey together. Oh my God. Very energetic and beautiful performance. Thank you so much. At this time, each of what my 12 year five stories that's where I have a story skill from all that. So let's
My name is welcome you all to this wonderful conference. It's been an awesome experience being in UFI. I've gained a lot of experiences concerning my business and how to invest my funds in agro investments and other forms of investment, which has been super helpful to me. In Club UFI, we have a couple of financial books that we study and we read from time to time. And I'm sure everyone here can testify that being in Club UFI has been really amazing. Once again, I welcome you to conference Envision 2024. It's good to have you here. Welcome, everyone. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olayinka. Club BFI has actually given me access to criminal information. What to get for free everywhere. And I've been able to make the right decisions when it comes to some investments, opportunities which they have planted onto us, making good use of dollar investments and saving the quality of my naira and everything, the value of my naira right now. So I'm grateful to Club BFI for this. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris. I reside in Queensland, Australia. I joined Club EFI last year, 2023, and I've been a member to date. One takeaway for me since I joined the club last year is the level of information that has been given to me, which has been super helpful in helping me to make proper judgment towards me making an investment or growing my portfolio. I know there's a lot of benefit that I'm still yet to explore as a member, and I look forward in exploring and tapping into those benefits this year, 2024. And I hope to see or meet each and every one of you when maybe one of those Zoom meetings or in person one of these days. Thank you. Bye for now.
Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Envision 2024 Club BFI. Club BFI was one blessing for me last year. I made it a decision to be financially serious last year, and Club BFI came to the rescue. The financial literacy, the bits of investments, I've been opportunity to do. I'm grateful for that. This year, I'm taking it more serious. Mr. Shegun, I think he's saying that too. I'm taking it very serious and making use of all the opportunities that club has to offer. I look forward to a wonderful year with Club BFI this year.
Hi everyone, my name is Adekeme. Fellow member of BFI, I want to use this opportunity in which every other member of BFI a wonderful and successful Envision 2024 conference. Enjoy the conference and have a financially successful 2024. Cheers.
Hello, welcome to Envision 2024 Global BFI Conference. I am Omotayo, a member of BFI, and it's just been about 9 months of joining the club. And within that time, I have improved my knowledge of investing significantly in both traditional and alternative sources of personal assets. We have a slew of investment opportunities ranging from agri-related to venture capital, land banking, just to mention a few. And the thought leadership is very much invested in the financial growth of the member, as our aim is to grow wealth. If you're looking to expand your financial horizon, invest alongside people of like minds, Club BFI is the place to be. And for Envision 2024, I can tell you for a fact that you'll be learning a lot about entrepreneurship, financial interesting investment opportunities. You also have the opportunity to network and have a lot of fun, so do not miss it. Welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Betsy Ndubueze. I'm a member of Club BFI. I've been a member of Club BFI since the very beginning. And I would say it's been an amazing journey. It's been an amazing journey, like financial journey, because I've learned a lot on how to manage my finances and what to invest in and where to invest. And Yeah, here we are, Envision 2024. I just want to wish you all an amazing time. I hope you get to take a lot from this conference that I believe would be very, very helpful and um, very helpful to your financial journey in the year 2024. I wish you all a very successful conference.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Sam Gomita, and I'm one of your experts at Club EFI. And I want to say a very big thank you to you for being a part of the Club EFI community in the past year, 2023. And despite the fact that 2024 seems like a year that will be filled with a lot of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, rest assured that Club EFI will be your partner as you journey to financial freedom. So enjoy Envision 2024, and we look forward to having you on board all through this year as we explore all the opportunities that the year has for us. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Let me just get a check that you can hear me live and direct. Please let me hear me live and direct, please. Can you hear me live and direct, please? I can hear you.
One is key and the number is a lucky number, you get to do the cash one. So are we ready? Are we ready? I'm gonna get money now. In the room of the are we ready? Over a number of so let's see the that was two, that is what for 2 winners. Number 25.
Sorry, caller, can you hear me?
34. Come on, we have another winner. Make sure you see me. But if I think of your guys are ready. They are ready. All right, now hold on. Hold on. You get them together. You get our heads together. We are the guys.
Sorry, can someone hear me, please?
Hey, it distress me. Which one?
Eric, can you hear me?
Everybody knows So I'll talk about one board. So one board is imagine the box. You have a box and that box is sorry. Then I think so. The box of tools that and
The big number.
Yes,
The big. But I know this. Go sit down with your wife. See, going forward, don't invite her for into our program. Because this station, she's not. She's going to join and you brought her, your seat next. we're taking to explain this thing where and then we stepped into our real estate class, and one of the government officials was telling us that from a 9-year space, their government built 1,000 skyscrapers. Not 100, not 10. Skyscrapers we have in Lagos State. Do we have any skyscraper in Lagos State? I'm not sure we have any skyscraper. Because my hotel room was on the 53rd floor. So this was a skyscraper. The highest building in Lagos State is about 20-something floors. Yeah, so when you're on the 53rd floor, and this person's built 1,000 of them in 9 years, we were asking, did you manufacture and staple these buildings? They were saying, no, we simply innovated better ways to create affordable houses and better ways to make construction faster. We also understood that our population is rising and we need to build up with the needs. But how are they able to solve their problems? They were able to solve their problem because they created a place to solve problems. So that place engineered their thinking. It creates a lot of attention on how they can solve their VUCA. So they know that in 2 years' time, what are they going to be vulnerable to? And they start thinking ahead. What are the uncertainties that surround the world? Forex, global exchange, whatever, they start thinking ahead. Now, Nigeria may not be ready for us. But either Nigeria is ready or not, if you are not ready, VUCA will happen to you. Not Nigeria will happen to you, it's VUCA that will happen to you. Because at the end of it all, it's not about Nigeria. It's about your children not being able to go to good school. It's about your wife not being able to call you honey anymore because there is no money on the table. And the honey will expire when there is no money on the table, you know. I tell my wife to see, the good thing about women is that the love to be represented. If the love is not present, the love will go sour. When the love goes sour, there will be trouble in the house. So it's not just about the Nigerian, it's about you. So what are you going to do better? Make sure that despite the vulnerability, the uncertainty, and complexity in the system, what are you going to do better? That's one thing I want us to take in 2024. That when we have that answer, for us as real estate developers or whatever, we have a lot of complexity to manage with government and even with the system. You go to the market today to buy a bag of cement for 4,000, you come back tomorrow, it's 10,000. But if you stop creating business, you are going into extinction. So for your own business, what are those things that are going to do into extinction? A lot of businesses are practically dying every day. And it's simply because we don't understand that we need to only recreate the system. And I tell us that nothing has changed between 2020 till date except the way that people now used to live life. Humanity still remains the same. You still wake up in the morning and have a shower. You still eat. The only thing that has changed is the approach to life and the perspective to life. And so every innovation must fit into that space. Why should I use vault? Because in the past 3, 4, 5 months, I don't step into my bank to do nothing. So vault is going to make my life more easier if I use vault. Because so are you going to create your own vault to still remain in business? If you are not innovating, if you're not creating a better way to attend to the changes that are coming, you will be disrupted. Let me speak from industry perspective. In real estate, One of the things that we have come to understand is that financial planning is a great strategy to avoid uncertainties. Financial planning is a great strategy to avoid uncertainty. The best way to go ahead of the future is to mind how you will do financially. The moment anything, either government or whatever happens, shuts down your finance, you are in trouble. So, what are the alternative plans you are putting up to safeguard your finance? You know, some of us will think that the foreign situation is very good, so we can tap into it. It is good. You can tap into it, but you may be very surprised very soon. And don't let that surprise happen, because some persons will kill themselves. I can tell you, a lot of persons are shut down their entire bank account and put their money in USD. And so when that uncertainty happens, it means they will lose so much money. We have a lot of Nigerians abroad who buy into real estate in Nigeria. Suddenly the market starts drinking because they tell you, why? If I buy, it doesn't appreciate. When the figure balances up, losing money. Then we began to explain to them that Nigeria now, the best time to actually buy real estate is now. Because now it's devaluing, but your assets will keep appreciating. And after that comes back to its value, your asset still remains. And the best strategy for your finance is to put your money in assets that can fight inflation. Real estate is one of the strongest assets that can fight inflation. So my personal focus strategy is that I invest a lot into real estate. In Nigeria, we have been able to understand that the Nigerian real estate space is almost not compared to anywhere in the world. It's only in Nigeria you can buy a property for 1 million naira. And in 6 months, that property you can sell it for 10 million. If you go out to the UK, you go to jail. Because before you sell anything, you will do valuation. The government will see the value before you push it out. But in Nigeria, you can buy a property for 1 million and sell it for 10 million. And we see that happen. We have an estate that we came up with 2021 in Ekpe, before the whole boom in Ekpe. When we got there, this was forest. I mean, it was a lot of bush. But we bought the place at a very ridiculous price from the family. So we started selling for 750,000 naira per plot. But today, that same land is selling for 80 million in less than 2 years. What happened? That is what happened. I actually want us to pay attention to. The uncertainty in the Nigerian system is a disadvantage to people who are not seeing the positive curve. Did you get it? The uncertainty in the Nigerian system is a disadvantage to those who are not seeing the positive curve. But for those who are seeing the positive curve, it's an advantage. So, what are the positive curves that your uncertainties are coming with? You stole money, you invested money, why is going to fight it? What is the language of the poor man? The language of the man who wants to position himself for financial freedom is seeing the impact of the refinery. And how that refinery is going to make Lekki and Lagos State. The assets in Lagos State is going to skyrocket crazy. The refinery started working. Every asset around that area now is crazy. Because when you understand the positive curve, then you can position yourself ahead of it. The government came up about 3 weeks ago and said, oh, we're going to launch the airports. In less than 2 years, I mean, the airport is going to take too much time. There are a lot of persons, they don't know there's a positive curve. Are we together? What will the airport bring to that access? It means Lagos will practically separate into two. The islanders will be permanently islanders. They will not have business coming to your mainland. So one of the things that bring them to your mainland is because you still have the airport in your mainland. And a lot of developments are flowing into that area just because of that announcement. You know, when I was growing up, my uncle do us a very great favor that every evening we must sit to listen to the news. And from those news, we can begin to understand the positive comes in the economy. So if you want to plan for certainties, you must listen to the news. You must be attentive to the positive call. Tinubu came, and from the first day of myself, has been power or stepping into power, he pronounced a cost to the Nigerians. I am removing subsidy. That's the biggest cost right now, right? For a lot of persons, that is the biggest blessings to them. Those who understood the positive cost immediately began to pump money into areas where that will affect. So what am I trying to say in essence? If you don't want VUCA to happen to you, you must understand that we are going to keep living in a disruptive moment. Life will never be balanced again. And it will never be business as usual. You have a store today, you are selling something in your shop. Very soon, a lot of persons are innovating things that will make people not buy from you again. Last year, we looked at almost all our estates in Ekpe that we have sold. We have about 7,000 estates, some already spring up, some still lacked. We told ourselves, the economy is disrupted. The purchasing power is going down. What are people going to spend their money on? Can you tell me the answer? Can you tell me the answer? It's simple. And then we began to think, we have land, but we bring food over 5,000 kilometers from the north. So what can we do? Then we went to build the Lagos State Government. We did a test run 2021, 2022, and told them we want to scale up these projects. Lagos has 95,000 square meters of arable land, and yet we depend on faraway north to survive. The day the north shuts down, Lagos is in trouble. So we came up with the Eco Yams project. Last year, December, we delivered 1 million tubers of yam planted on Lagos soil. I started up project, some of our friends are saying, what's the business of yam and real estate? Can you tell me the business of yam and real estate? Yeah. Simple. So, in your business, what are those extra things you can bring out from that is not your main business? That may be the relevant thing now. So, I tell you that most breakthroughs we had last year in real estate came from agro real estate. The Young project became viral. The state house of Envision was celebrating it. Media houses were celebrating it. And as they were giving us attention, it is shifting our brand image. And then people began to call, oh, want to invest in your project, want to do this. If we have not risen that deep, we are falling into the cave of every other person who's struggling with the economy. You have to innovate better ways to create values. And so, we have put up the 3.0 now, and we're telling the government this year we're doing 5 million tourists. Now, by statistics, You see the advocates that go around about you. They are packing a lot of guns in box. That's what we're doing. Yams alone, we have close to 25 million population in Lagos, right? An average of 4.5 million households. An average household in Lagos consumes 5 kilos of yam in a month. As father, mother, maybe 2 or 3, 4 children. By the time you multiply that, you see that Lagos consumes between 270 million to 540 million tubers of yam every year. I think the average cost of a tuber of yam, how much is the average cost? Let me ask our mothers. Yes. 2.5. So with our eco yams, we're selling yam for 1,000 for 2.5 kg. Because we created a system that you can come from the north and come to us. And our kids were forced to start buying yam from us. Because you can't pick that. We are not dealing with trailers from thousands of kilometers. The yams were grown in Lagos soil and we can sell to them. Then we told the government, from the yam alone, because it's losing 270 billion naira to 540 billion naira. Does that make sense? We are shorting inflation, so we are importing the inflation. We are shorting, there is no job, but we have land that can give us money. And beyond yam, you have other things in agriculture. Wheat may be a very volatile business, but there is a better way to do it. We are saying that with our yam. We are also saying that with our oil palm tree estates. Our oil palm tree estates also took cognizance of the fact that real estate is land and everything that is on it. And under it, and above it. If you fly above Nigeria, you pay to Nigeria estates, right? Yeah. So, professors bought land in the US. There's one popular pastor who bought the land and down on the soil, they discovered oil, and he became one of the richest pastors. He has gifted over 26 private jets, not because they found crude oil in his land, just buying the land. So we began to think of what better way you can do with land. But for me, my history was the age. I grew up from a very humble background. I lost my father when I was 14. And I remember one of those privileged days he came to visit us in school. And he came with Mercedes-Benz 230D. At that time, Mercedes-Benz 230D, you can count the number of it in my state. So almost the entire hostel was apt. What kind of car is this? And I'm sure very, very well some of the ladies here were my class don't time. He was automatically be my girlfriend. Because my father drives a Benz 230D. But one of the great things I have about his memory is that that was not his gift to us. Because if that was his gift to us, it would be in the museum now. Because if I sell it to you now, you cannot take it. You will not pay 50,000 for it there. My father left 100 hectares of oil palm tree farm. So when the guy went with for thing, today we never have to go beg any uncle to go to school. To the fourth generation now, they are still paying their school fees for the oil palm tree. He's dead over 20-something years ago. But those trees are still growing. Every month we harvest and produce palm oil. When inflation is going on, palm oil price is going up. When inflation is going up, let's say this Benz car price is going down. Strategic assets. So, just finishing my studies abroad, I'm like, come on, I don't want to be a slave in this country. I want to start my VC. See, we brought us here for a second slavery because the only job I could get while I was in school was to be a potter. And the potter means I have to go and wash pans, plates. I mean, baking pan. I did that job a day and I was crying. Immediately I finished my exam, I got my pen and we started the oil palm tree. Today in Lagos State, we have the biggest oil palm tree farm. There is 700 acres of land planted with palm trees in Epe. We have 1,000 acres in Adodo. And recently, we just launched another 250 acres in Ibadan. So if you want to talk about inflation, I am ready. Because while you are going to earn your salary, and complain about Tinubu not increasing minimum wage, I'm going to sell my palm oil to you at a higher tax at the current price. I'm going to sell my yam to you at the current price. And I'm still going to build my houses and them to you or sell them to you at the current price. Conviction will keep us ahead. And for Club EFI, I want to recommend to us that one of the strongest investments you can have in this time is real estate. I have spoken to some of the headcoats, and we are very open to collaborate with you to create tailored solutions for BFI. One of the problems in Nigeria also is that trust is destroyed. So no matter what anybody says, I mean, it will be the other part of it. But we have created a system also where we will not tell you to trust us, but our system can tell you to trust us. So all our projects are bank guaranteed with a finance company called AG Budget Bank, which is our sister company. So when you invest with us or you jump on any of our projects, we have insurance coverage for you with a bank guarantee to protect your funds. And like I said, tailored instruments in oil palm tree, tailored instruments in housing, whatever option that you want, we are ready to partner with you to take whatever is left and to make it great. Lastly, I want us to be like that woman of servants. She went to be the prophet. I said, the devil has come for my children. They are taking them away. And Elijah asked her, what do you have in your head? The man said, I just want to jump off. That's all I need. Like some of us, and I'm not sure they can in this room. You just want to jump off. If you like jump out to anywhere, you will face VUCA anywhere you're going to. If you cannot understand VUCA in Nigeria, you cannot understand VUCA anywhere in the world. Because there are uncertainties everywhere. You're going to be vulnerable anywhere. You will have to deal with complexity anywhere. And you have ambiguity in everything that you're going to do. The best thing you can do is to take what is in your hand, innovate, pray, and let it increase. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Please, do we have questions? I'd like to take questions. Questions. People have the mindset that maybe real estate I need millions or millions if I can participate in real estate, but we are here to destroy that in theology. All right, any questions, please? Okay, 1, 2. Just the questions? Okay, let them have the mic, please. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. That's the next project investment. You mentioned something about collaboration. So is it collaboration to invest in or collaboration for you to invest in? Maybe there's a large plan expand somewhere else. So how do you select your projects?
Thank you.
The reason why I asked that because I've really followed your company, see what you've done, and I'm just looking forward to that collaboration.
Thank you. So we have two terminology in investments, and it's either you are going long term or you're going short term. So both ways we can collaborate. For short term strategy, you are either looking at land flipping. You buy, you can sell it 6 months, 1 year. So we have a package called Estate Development Partnership. Most of the projects we are doing in Ekpe, in Envision, we buy from Lagos State governments as government allocation. And when we are buying, we buy at cheaper rates. So you join us, you can buy. What is your security? When you buy a portion of the land, it is titled to you. You have the papers. But we also sign a document with you. Since you don't want to own it, you want to flip it, to sell it for you, and then pay you up to 35%. And then we'll put it back into the market and sell it to those who want to build. And that is land flipping. If you're looking at
long term, oil country, maybe rental income is a very good strategy. But versus rental income, oil country is the best. If you're going to build in Surulere now, you're looking at 200, 300 million, right? On the average. And if you're going to rent it out, how much are you going to rent? You may not break even in the next 30 years. But if you carry that 300 million and come to my village, you buy almost the whole village. If you plant oil palm trees, per hectare of an oil palm tree, Google is in your hand, knife phone is there, you generate an average of 5.4 million naira every year from an hectare. So with 100 or 1,000 acres of oil palm tree, you will break even in less than 7 years. And that can still span production to over 50 years. So if you're looking at a long time, like my father, he's gone, far, far gone. But the children are reaping its long-term investment. So we can either look at a long-term or a short-term strategy in real estate. Then in terms of construction, you can do house flipping with partners to build and sell. The volatility in the system right now with cost and everything may make construction very expensive and more risky. But agriculture is still one of the things that you can invest in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you have the question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ken. So my question is, from everything you said, actually, I still want to jump back. I said. All right, I still want to write the bill. So my question is, I'm just a piano mom, looking to boost my financial status and all that. So my question is, for women that are trying to invest financially, just make financial entities and all of that. If we're coming to you to ask you, these are just women with funds here and there, nothing big, we don't have it in millions yet, as it is. With agro investments that I'm learning today, like land, if I hear real estate, something that comes to my mind is skyscrapers, buildings, and all of that. And to think that land is everything, up, above, down, and all of that. So what all we research right there do for us is let's start something and know that okay, long term, this is something we can give to our children and also for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I still go back to the long term and short term strategy. But first of all, let me address your Japan. What is your personal statement of purpose? What are you looking for? You want to fulfill vision or you want to fulfill income? Now, if it is income driven, how much are you earning in Nigeria and how much will you earn abroad? If it is favorable, you can Japan. My wife is a doctor. I don't advise her to stay in Nigeria because doctors don't earn anything good here. So it is wickedness to advise them to stay back. So income-wise, you can go. But when you look at the vision, what is your husband building? You want to be part of that vision? You want to either want to stay with the income or stay with the vision? Because tomorrow, I can employ 20 doctors to work in my firm. We started a company very low with less than 3 stars. Today, we have 65 stars. And we are still growing. So a vision is bigger than your income. Did you get it? So if you can catch a very good vision of why you should stay in Nigeria, please build that vision. Because one of the truths that will happen to everybody that is Japa, that someday they will Japa and to the very least. The people in Nigeria now are strategically taking advantage of everything. I'll give you an example. By the time you come back, you'll be buying the fare at a more expensive rate. By the time you come back, the economy of Lagos will never remain the same with the single biggest refinery in the world in Lagos State. So a lot of Nigerians are abroad. The first thing that will happen to you is that your brain will not be balanced. I'm telling you, you'll be disrupted psychologically. No matter how much self-esteem you have today, by the time you step into that country, you lose the chances. Because you'll be seconded to live life. And I mean that you will be treated like a nobody. And dealing with that over time before you get your balance in the permanent. So it is not just about traveling, it's about how will it affect your life? Will it fulfill your vision? Or will it just make it for you?
Now, for real estate, you can start from anywhere. Like Mr. Shamu said, you don't need big money to start real estate. Right? Those were in the days of our fathers. And they make wrong real estate investments. I was talking to my father-in-law. He is also a doctor. Good. He came back to Nigeria and went to buy somewhere, built mansion, spent money. And today, went back to the mansion after 10 years. Nobody's living in the mansion. Yes. And I said, Daddy, you will have bought over 50 hectares in this same environment. Let's sit round. And tomorrow come back and start selling the land. How much is the land selling here now? So when we bought this place, we bought it about 40,000 per plot. But today, a plot of land in that environment is selling for 23 million. So imagine if he has invested widely in it. So it is not about the volume, it's about the strategy. Always get it. Then also, our agribusiness is simple. From the plot of land, you can start. If you are not building on it today, you can plant yams on it. And with your yam, on the plot of land, you have 600 tubers. If you are going to sell your yam yourself, the truth is people will always eat. So with your community of women, if you cannot afford to buy a plot, whatever you can afford to buy, come together and buy it. There is dignity in labor. But one of the craziest things that is happening in the South now is that we are too educated to be poor. Yeah. Yes. We are so educated, but we are poor. With our certificates, we don't think that the guy is more richer than you. You don't think so, but the truth is that guy selling yam on the street is richer than some graduates. Because every day he has cash flow. If you don't have cash flow, you don't have money, forget your English. Your life will be miserable. Thanks for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Please let's put our hands together for the same reflection and the answer. Is it up now? All right. So we have second to the last agenda today. We have PF and they were going to be giving awards to some of our members. So are we?
All right. Sorry, good afternoon. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to tender a sincere apology that I could not actually make this enriching conference physically. I had prepared, to be candid, I have a slide of about 150 that I prepared, and I was looking forward to being there this morning until an emergency came up that had to stop me from coming, and it's very painful. But I want to first salute my friend and my brother, and I can call him also my money mentor, Mr. Shegun Aderibigbe, for putting this together. And I'm also a member of Club EFI, definitely. I'm excited to be here. For about 10-15 minutes, I just want to summarize what I'm supposed to talk about this very afternoon. I love the energy in the room and the fire that I saw just now. And I can tell you, you are in the right place right now at the right time. So I want to summarize what I'm going to talk, what I'm supposed to have been there physically to feel this fire. I'm going to summarize it in about 10-15 minutes. First of all, I want to talk about the archetypes of humanity. Then 10 mistakes people are currently making right now in 2024 that I'm going to be sharing with us as one of us need to watch out for. And I'll wrap it up by talking about what strategy do we need to embark upon right now. So let me start first by looking at the archetypes of humanity. As human beings on Earth, one of the definite things you need to understand is we are actually the builders of our world. And as builders of our world, it's very shocking to know that there are 4 kinds of human being on Earth right now. There are 4 kinds of human being on Earth. The first kind of human being, which I don't wish, or I don't think they're actually in that room right now, are the reporters. These are people who ask what has happened. These guys are custodians of memories, but they don't create memories. They only keep asking everybody around us, what's happening, what's happening. They're the ones who read blogs. They are the ones who ask themselves what's going on in the world, but they are not creating things to go on in the world. Those are the first set of people on earth. The second set of people on earth, they are not the reporters, they are not the narrators, they are the watchers. These people just watch things happen. And the funniest issue is they don't make it happen, they're only watching. What has happened here? What has happened? They're only watching. The third set of people in here on earth right now are those I call the letters. These people make things, they let things happen for them, but they don't make it happen. Things just happen to them. If I could, without trying to insult anybody, I can call these people the masses. They let things happen to them. They're always the victim of what's going on. But the fourth set of people, which I believe Club EFI is trying to raise, they are the makers and the causers. These are the people that make things happen. These are the movers and the shakers of the society. These are the people that create things, and they're the one that actually change themselves. These people are the ones actually that do not let things, that the ones who make things happen, that the ones who don't report what happens, then it's on I
understand
that's the people that we really want to trade right here in Club BFI. I haven't said it's also important for us to know that there is a report that shows that before the years up, only percent of human beings actually achieve their goal. That's funny, but I'm sorry. Only 9% achieve their goal.
It's from his end. It's from his end.
Now, why would this happen? It's going to happen because many people aren't doing the right thing. Doing many but good things are not the right thing. So sorry, I can't hear you guys talking. Sorry, am I loud?
I think your network is kind of bad.
I need a connection.
It's from his end.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. For your network, you're breaking.
Sorry, can I get a confirmation if I'm audible? I can't hear anything.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Bev? Okay.
You know,
Yeah, I think it's on his end. Yeah, can you change your network? Or you turn off your video. Turn off your video.
My network is kind of bad. Okay, but can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better now. It's better.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
All right, what about now?
Perfect. Yes, it's better. It's better now.
Sorry, I actually stopped. I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear. That one.
You can go on, sir.
Sorry, let me see. All right. All right, so let's move on. I've gone past this. Let's move on now. All right, beautiful. Let's go on now. So I've talked about watchers, the letters, the maker. All right, can I go on now? All right, go 4 slides ahead. I've gone 4 slides ahead, please. Yeah, okay. Now, okay, apologies for people on earth right now will attain making some mistakes that we should not be making. And what are these mistakes? I was able to research to find out 10 mistakes people are already making in 2024. Mistake number 1 is that people are turning hope into strategy. Hope is not, go back, please. Go back. Yeah, go forward a bit. Go forward 1 slide. Yeah, hope is not a strategy. Hope is an enabler. Hope is a sustainer. Hope will not make you actually create an action plan. Eric, go back 1 slide. That's the first error people are making right now. Error number 2, people don't have a clear long-term vision. People are only trying to survive for this year, but there's no long-term vision. There's no vision beyond tomorrow. There's no vision beyond the immediate. Error number 3 is just catching what I call the WFWS virus. What is that? Working for working's sake. People are just living for living's sake. People are just working for working's sake. But the funnest issue is people are not doing more than what they should be doing right now. So these are the first 3 errors. Let's go to the next slide. Error number 4 that people are currently making is ignoring digital engagement. I'm going to be showing us a trend for this year. And one of the things I'm going to be showing to us is it's going to be a bit tough if we're not actually getting involved in a digital space. Error number 5 is following the crowd. What is everybody doing? What is everybody doing? What's going on around us? That is what we're jumping upon. And the 6th error people are getting involved with right now is lack of principle and right assumption beyond plan. Emotion is not strong enough to create a plan for us. We need to get to a point where there are principles and the right assumptions behind our plans. Else, we'll be making plans based on how we feel, and our emotions are not strong enough. Emotions aren't strategy. Error number 7, next slide now. Error number 7 is not having a routine, what Mr. Shegun will call a system. Not having a system behind what you're doing. Because if you don't have a system, there's no discipline of execution. Error number 8 now is choosing the easy mode. What can I just do easily? What can I do? No. It's not to the easy. Error number 9 is neglecting your current network whilst trying to build another network. It's like building castles in the air. And the last error, which many of us do almost at the end of every year, is creating New Year resolutions without habits. These 10 errors are the errors people are currently having right now in the year 2024. And until we resolve these errors, we can't actually ride on the trends of what we need to be in 2024. Now, let's go to the next slide now. Let's talk about the 2024 trends. I'm going to be a bit fast in this area because I really need to get to number 4. Now, one of the things we need to understand is that this year, it's going to be a very busy year. Why is it going to be a very busy year? Because there's going to be 14 national elections around the world. And there's going to be, this 40 election, 7 out of it are from the top 10 most powerful people in the world. America is going to have their own election this year. I think UK is going to have the election this year. There's another election in Russia this year. So it's going to be a very busy year. Now, looking at Accenture's trends to watch out for in 2024, they played around what is the theme for this year. 2023, the theme for 2023 was control and power. And we saw that even in Russia. But the theme for this year one is a bit very, very funny. 2 slides ahead, please. The theme for this year actually shows that where should we begin? How can this be a theme for a year? Where should we begin? And one of the key things why they're saying this is because many of the time strategies are built around what we call customer obsession. But right now, customer obsession is messy. And there is a need, that is a cry for people to begin to talk about relevance. And which is the reason why they're talking about where do we begin? Now, what are the 5 major trends to watch out for in 2024? Next slide, please. The 5 major trends to watch out for. Number 1 is, where is the love? Number 2 is the great interface shift. Trend number 3 is what we call mediocrity. Number 4 is what we call error 429, human request limit reach. And the 5th one is decay of deconstruction. Now, don't go to next, just stay here. What is the first error, and why are we having this right now? Customers and people we are serving are beginning to ask a question. Do those who are providing services really loving their customers? Because of how the valuation of Naira is, how dollar is skyrocketing, many of the time, every business owner wants to survive. And in trying to survive, what is happening to us right now is we are putting the cost of production on the customer. And customer is saying to us, is saying to themselves, these people who are servicing me are greedy. But the provider of the job is saying, I just want to make a gain. So the question really now is there love right now? That's trend number 1. And every one of us engaging in business is a question you need to watch out for in 2024. There's going to be a question around, do these people really, really love us on their after the game? The second trend, which is the great interface shift. Right now, you cannot run away from the power of internet. Why are we talking about the power of internet? Because internet has been the source of the mental framework, perspective of individuals. And right now, we're going beyond the internet because there's what we call the generative AI. Generative AI is so powerful that it's making internet personal. And any one of us who is not riding on the power of the internet is going to actually have a lot of issues this year. Now, when we talk about mediocrity in here is talking about in here that many of us are beginning to follow tools as our end, not a means to an end. And because of this, there's a blurry line between servicing customer and what we do. Now, the 4th one, the error 429. Here is showing to us that technology is beginning to become a problem. Technology now is no longer serving us. Technology now is working against us. And I'm going to explain this to us. There is so much demand that technology is placing upon us right now. Technology that's supposed to be a tool is now beginning to become a big problem for almost every one of us on earth because of what we call technology fatigue. The speed of technology is fast, and many people are doing a lot of catch up. And because we're doing a lot of catch up, we're struggling with it. Before you've updated this one, they've added another upgrade again, and people are getting weary of this. And you're going to be seeing this in 2024. And the last trend in here is what I call a decade of deconstruction. Now, Aaron, go to the next slide. Let me show you something in here that's very funny. Next one again. Next one. Yeah. Next one after this, sorry. Now, there used to be a path and a clear set of parameters and achievement that would almost certainly add up to what we call a successful life. Now, there's a lot of this construction going on right now. Next slide, Henry. What we used to call success right now is going to be questioned in 2024. And it's already been questioned. Now, whether through necessity or opportunity, whether consciously or subconsciously, people are questioning everything that was once considered obvious. People are challenging ideas. People are now having a new way of thinking, acting, and living. Let me show you funny statistics. Go to the next slide, Eric. Now look at this. Many years ago, value placed on traditional milestone has shifted. For example, being a university graduate, the percentage right now is getting lower. The value people place on marriage is getting lower. The value people are placing on you must leave your father's house, especially we Africans. Leave your father's house, go and start your own family, is getting lower right now. It's getting extremely lower. Why? There is a disconstruction of what we used to think was correct. And because of this disconstruction, there's going to be a lot of traditional people who have made money will begin to have a dwindling account. I'm actually with a client right now as I speak to you. And speaking with this client, A new company came into the space, shifted the market share from 60% to less than 1%. I'm not kidding you. I can't mention the name. To less than 1%. And it's because of this construction. Go to the next slide for me, please. It feels like a decade of this construction has begun, and the impact on system and services will be far-reaching. Next slide, please. I need to speed up now. So what do we need to do? Next 2 slides. Next one, yeah. What we need to do now, as people, we need to understand the new priorities and life milestones. Why? Because a lot of things are changing. Next slide. What do we need to do again? We need to understand that how are things shifting in our own industry? How are people's lives evolving in our own industry? And the next slide. So what next? What do we need? What we really need to do right now as entrepreneurs, business executives, professionals, human beings on earth, we need to have a strategy, not an emotion. We need to have a strategy. Now, how the strategy comes in here? Next slide, please. We need to understand that success is not accidental. Success is, number 1, intentional, and number 2, it is strategy. Nobody becomes an accidental successful person. And which is one of the key reasons we need to understand the power of strategy. Now, what is strategy? Next slide, please. Strategy itself, next one, is a comprehensive approach to directing your energy, and there are various forms of energy. There's financial energy, there's emotional energy, there's mental energy, there's physical energy, there's mobile energy. You need to have a comprehensive approach to directing your energy to a task, to a matter, and to an engagement. And the truth is this, strategy makes you understand where to play and how to play. Strategy also helps you understand where you are, where you were, and where you want to be. It shows you where you want to compete and how you want to win. Anyone who will succeed in 2024 must succeed based on strategy. And I want to reiterate to us in here, there's a simple form of strategy that I've shared here, I think was the first conference, which I call the HFO strategy. Now, can we go 2 slides ahead? Yeah. HFO strategy. H here talks about hindsight, where we all need to look back and start asking some salient questions. Henry, go 2 slides ahead, please. Hindsight helps you, gives you the opportunity to look at your patterns. This year, you need to sit down and study your success models. Everybody has a success model, and we also have a failure model. How do I fail in anything I've ever done? How do I succeed in anything I've ever done? When you know your success model, then you can now begin to tweak it and begin to see how am I going to move on. You need hindsight, gives you opportunity to also know your execution gaps and your life gaps. Now, go to the next slide, please. The F in the HFO model talks about the foresight. Foresight here helps you see ahead. And in seeing ahead, go to the next 2 slides. No, go back. In seeing ahead, you must understand what are the political factors of where I'm operating from. What are the economic factors? For example, if the UK changes the prime minister, would that be a change in policies that could affect me? Especially those of us that are jackpotting and coming back. What are the economic factors? What are the technology factors? What is the VUCA implication? What does my audience need? What are the trends I need to ride upon? That is where you get foresight from. And when you understand these 6 things, next slide, that is when you can now begin to sit down and construct a strategy by understanding what I call the change metrics. How? What has changed in 2024? What didn't change in 2024? What are the implications and the impact of this change? Now, how does this change affect my ecosystem? Now, the next thing after this 4 is what can I change? What can I adapt? What can't I change? Because when change happens, you don't change everything. And that leads into the 8th one. What can I adopt, borrow, or leverage on? And the next one, the 9th one is, where are the gains and the losses? Because when people are losing, some are gaining. And when some are gaining, some are losing, you're eating somebody's breakfast. And the 10th one is, what do I need? When you work on this foresight, it will lead you to the last part of this HFO, which is the on-site strategy, which is the actions that I need to take. Because nothing changes until you act. I think you'll have overheard me talk about this over and over again. I don't believe ideas change the world. It's executed ideas that change the world. So that leads me to the on-site part of it all. And for you to get this on-site well, go to 2 slides ahead, please. Next one. You need to understand, what actions do I need to take in 2024? And I don't believe in the multiplicity of actions. Sometimes, because you really don't need 5 keys to open a door. You only need the correct key. So identify what are the 3 activities that will move me towards my achievement. Then you need to understand what are your success indicators. How will I know I have succeeded? Then who is responsible? Who do I need to achieve this? What are the likely bottlenecks that may happen? And the final one in here, you need to have a recovery strategy. What if I fail? What will I do? What if I get into a loss? What will I do? Because your recovery strategy is what keeps you back, bouncing back into business. So in conclusion, as I draw a curtain, or the curtain right now, I wanted to choose where you want to be. Do you want to be an oral, or you want to be a bird? Oral talks about someone who's responsible, someone who has accepted ownership for his or her result, and someone who's accountable. If you're a bird, then you blame other people for where you are. You are full of excuses and you justify your failure, and you are in denial. Next slide, please. People often fail at their goal for the lack of strategy, not vision. The right strategy will push you into action, and action gives you a higher chance of success than chanting vision alone. So on that note, I want to say a very big thank you to you all for having me. I apologize once again for not being physically available, but I promise you this to pay my debt for not being available. I will forward this slide to Mr. Shegun, and he's going to share with everybody free of charge, just to say I'm sorry. So on that note, thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference. God bless you.
No water. Right. If you know how much I've been thinking for slides. Oh, good. I've known him for about 6 years now. I have never gotten the slide.
The slide is
good.
I'm still online.
Once I'm wrong. All right. So the final thing we're going to do before we bring the conference to a close is that we're going to give awards to some of our members. If it was in our power, we could have given everyone awards, but apparently we have some people joining online, and thank you also for those who are online. Some of us actually really put in that. Sometimes I even wonder, I didn't get to the schools of the club. They've done so much, and we want to appreciate them. Funny enough, this is our first time of giving awards in our conference. Can you please help? We are giving out 7 awards today. By this time next year, or this program next year, we will be able to do even more awards. And I would just like us to get straight to it. So I would like you to please help me welcome back to the stage, Mr. Olusimi or Jamo Moye. Presenting the awards. So I will just read out the names in the plaque and the what is it? Is it title of the awards? No. Yeah. Then for him, do the presentation, and then please Paula will help us with taking the pictures. So the first we have for male and for female. We have for male and for female category. Yeah. All right, this goes to the most consistent member in our monthly meetings for year 2023, female category. It goes to Daniela Omolawa. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together. Okay, next award goes to the most active club member in 2023 male category. This person's act. I'm saying this person is always. So what's the next thing to do? What's the next thing to do? Timothy Duruji. All right. Member with the highest referral. A lot of people have joined the club because somebody referred others to join the club. Female category. Upoma Hussein. Then, member with the highest referral 2023 male category. This person refers even more than me sometimes. And I'm wondering if it's not the person that found it from BFI. So sing, Rotimi Dogun. But how do you refer? Yeah, refers. Very, very much. And by the way, that is experiencing. Why calling Kola? When Tosin refers members, the member from Ghana came from Tosin. The one in Canada came from Tosin. The guy always refers. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right. Most consistent member in our monthly meetings 2023, male category. So we are Balak. Meetings. Always in the meetings. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have the most active club member, female category. Very quiet indeed. But well, quiet to the German, but the way she told them my dear. Enforcer, blessing, Udosi. She got around, but I think someone can collect for her. Let's give that they collect for her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Please, you can please. All right. So finally, please help me also welcome to this podium, Mrs. Mr. All right. This award actually is going to be. So we have quite a lot of partners in the club that we're investing with. And if you were in the meeting, if you're in conference at the beginning, when I mentioned that we take time to put due diligence all the relevant companies we sign with. And also, one of the yardstick for signing up is that they must give our members extra benefits. One of the investments that we have just done, it goes for 3 million naira to partake in it for one person, 3 million. But as of today, and I don't think that offer will go beyond today, each member of the club gets that same investment at the rate of 1.8 million. Please, our most active investment partner in Club AFI for year 2023 is no other than Asset Rise Limited. asset price regulator. Not because it is there, but because that is what it is. We have been invested heavily in asset price regulator. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. All right, so I'll leave it in the hands of Joan for maybe paparazzi taking interviews and let's hear your views. We've got our lunch here, and of course, we'd like to take pictures and so on and so forth. But Joan, over to you. From my side, I would like to just say thank you very much. If I'm going to give any vote of thanks, it's nothing else than just say thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for giving me the difficult conference and Vision 2024. It has been amazing. And we've had great conversations, discussions. We've had insights to and enlightenment on how we should manage our economy this year. If you enjoyed us, enjoyed us while the program was going on, I'm so sure you must have something you have held on to. So this has been a beautiful conference. Please do not be away. There's a lot to eat and drink, and would like to get your opinion, views about this conference. How was it like for you? What are those things that you will never forget you have holding on to? Thank you. God bless you. Please, let's see you at the Envision conference over there in the back. Let's get your opinion and views. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Package. Package. Shrink it. Come on. Yes. Thank you so much.
What about the people are the all those things I forward. But I want to forward the one that was out that we have been the forward not to so now right. I don't say what login and go and login and
Submit what? BFI.
just gone.